His Excellency, Director of UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya.
The distinguished, the interim of Australian Consul General in Surabaya.
The Honorable, the Dean and Vice Deans of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training.
The Honorable, the Chair of the Language Education.
The Respected, the Chair of English Department.
The Honorable, the Head of Committee of the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching 2024.
The Honorable, the representatives from faculties in UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, and all keynote speakers of this conference.
The Honorable, all audiences and participants.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching, or Iconelt 2024.
It is with great honor I am Jihan and my colleague Yarza as the master of ceremony for today's opening ceremony. Once again, we would like to welcome all of you to the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching 2024 with the theme Transformative ELT, Innovation, Autonomy, and 21st Century Skills. The conference is organized by the English Language Education Department of UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this opening ceremony by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much.
Honorable gentlemen, I would like to invite the students of the English Language Education Department to perform the Mojang Priangan dance, which is the traditional dance from Priangan, West Java. The name Mojang means woman and Priangan is the place of origin this traditional dance.
Now, please welcome Tari Mojang Priangan. Thank you for the outstanding performance of Tari Mojang Priangan by the students of the English Language Education Department, UINSA.
And now we would like to invite you to stand for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of UINSA.
Please remain standing for the anthem. Thank you very much. Please kindly be seated. For the next agenda, allow us to invite Vega Putri Farisa, the students of the English Language Education Department, to recite the Holy Quran. For Vega Putri Farisa, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatih ittaqullaha haqqa tuqatihi wa la tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun. Wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wa la tafarraqu. Wadhkuru ni'matallahi 'alaikum idh kuntum a'da'a idh kuntum a'da'a fa'allafa baina qulubikum fa'asbahtum bi ni'matihi ikhwana wa kuntum ala syafa hufratim minan nari fa'anqadakum minha. Kadzalika yubayyinullahu lakum ayatihi la'allakum tahtadun. Sadaqallahul aliyyul azim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Vega Putri Farisa. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speeches. The first speech will be delivered by the head of Committee of Iconelt 2024. I would like to invite Mr. Sigit Pramonojati, PhD, to deliver the speech.
Pak Konjen, Vice Rectors, Pak Dekan, Bu Wakil Dekan, Bu Kepala Pusat International Office. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First thing first, I would like to let you know that this is my first time speaking in front of important guests, so please allow me to feel a bit nervous today. And I can promise you that my remarks will be very short and simple. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you how honored I am to welcome you to this International Conference on English Language Teaching 2024 with the title Transformative ELT, Innovation, Autonomy, and 21st Century Skills. This fourth Iconelt in 2024, hosted by English Education Department of UINSA Surabaya, would love to witness your engagement, participation, and discussion so that this 3-day event results in fruition. We also would like to extend our heartfelt thank you to our keynote speaker, Prof. Salik, Prof. Paul McBride, Dr. Hani Kartikaningsih, Dr. Emily Spitzman, Dr. Alexandra Balcony, Dr. Alvin Pang, and Dr. Jinsil Jeng, and Professor David Reid for their dedication and in educational fields and their willingness to share their knowledge in this conference. For presenters and participants, we invite you to take full advantage of the opportunities here, and please and let us use this platform to not only advance our understanding, but also to build lasting connection that will benefit our collective endeavors beyond this conference. For the most beloved committee, volunteers, and all parties who have made this conference a dream come true, I cannot express how grateful I am to have a solid team like you with all your efforts, sacrifice, and dedication. As I promised you at the beginning of this remark that it will be very simple and it will be the ending of my remarks, I look forward to a productive, inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sigit, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the second speech, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Training, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Thohir, SAG MPD, to deliver his remark. For Professor Muhammad Thohir, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi wakafa, salawatullah ala nabil mustafa wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ahli tuqa wal wafa, amma ba'd. The Honorable Consul General, Pak Rektor, para Wakil Rektor, para Dekan, para Wakil Dekan, eminent speakers, distinguished participants, committees and volunteers, and dearest guys. Alhamdulillah, I warmly welcome all the honored guests from varied institutions covering universities, schools, and research institutes to the fourth International Conference on English Language Teaching, Iconelt 2024. Compared to the previous Iconelt 2022, which was mainly concerned with our response toward the COVID-19 situation, the present Iconelt untuk Iconelt tahun ini focuses on the transformation of ILT, English Language Teaching, to welcome the changes and challenges in the educational area, focusing on innovation, autonomy, and 21st century skills. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Bapak peserta semuanya, I hope you all participate, engage, and enjoy this 3 days conference. And I expect you to mingle, interact, discuss, and even debate for the sake of our knowledge pursuit. And I deeply thank to the committee and volunteers for your relentless work and dedication, sacrificing your precious time, valuable resources, and worth nothing energy that will have been spared for your family, relatives, and friends. I do want to state that all your hard work will never be left unnoticed. That would be all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the warm remark. And now, please welcome His Excellency Professor Dr. Haji Ali Mutlafir MAG, the Vice Rector for Academic and Institutional Affairs, to give welcome remarks and officially open this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for you all, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, syukurillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wala hawla wala quwata illa billah wa ba'du. The Excellencies, Pak Stephen Scott, Consul General of Australia in Surabaya, the Excellencies, Prof. Paul, welcome. From Tamagawa University, Tokyo, Japan. The Excellencies, all presenter, participant, management team at UINSA, Pak Warek 3, Bu Warek 2, Pak Karo, Pak Dekan, Bu Kepala IO, dan tim IO, dan semua dosen di Fakultas Tarbiyah khususnya. Alhamdulillah pada pagi hari ini kita bisa mengadakan Iconelt untuk Fakultas Tarbiyah yang dalam hal ini merupakan event tahunan yang diadakan oleh Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Keguruan. Ini merupakan bagian yang sangat penting bagi kita untuk mengasah, memperdalam, dan mempertajam penguasaan kita di bidang ilmu-ilmu keguruan, khususnya dalam English language teaching. Pak Stephen dan Pak Paul, keduanya adalah bagian dari Asia. Karena Australia sudah menjadi bagian dari Asia. Tadi saya gurauan dengan Pak Stephen. Jadi semalam kita lihat pertandingan yang begitu hebat. Perjuangan mati dan hidup antara Australia dan Indonesia. Tapi alhamdulillah dua-duanya hidup, Pak Stephen. Karena 0-0 keduanya. Ini artinya Australia dan Indonesia sama-sama menginginkan persaudaraan dan kedekatannya lebih dari sebelumnya. Terima kasih Pak Stephen, terima kasih Pak Paul. Kalau Jepang sudah lama menjadi saudara tua kita. Karena Jepang sudah memproklamasikan Jepang adalah saudara tua Asia. Itu Pak Prof. Paul, Jepang adalah saudara tua Asia. All brother. Jepang is all brother of Asia. Saat tahun 42 ya. Jadi terima kasih atas kedatangan Bapak berdua. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi persaudaraan baru di antara Jepang dan Indonesia, juga Australia yang sudah dekat dengan Indonesia. Karena kita sudah lama mengenal Australia. Begitu banyak dosen-dosen kita, mahasiswa kita belajar di Australia, sebaliknya juga Australia juga belajar di Indonesia. Tempo hari Bu I.O. sudah mengadakan kegiatan, apa Bu namanya Bu? East Java Exploration, itu yang isinya adalah para mahasiswa Australia, Western Australia, yang ada di Indonesia, di Jawa Timur khususnya, mereka mengkaji, mengeksplorasi budaya-budaya Jawa yang ada di Jawa Timur. Mereka ingin tahu lebih dalam kait budaya Jawa Timur. Selamat bertugas dalam Iconelt ini, mudah-mudahan kita semua selalu mendapat hidayah dan pertolongan Allah SWT. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Atas nama rektor, kami mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya manakala dalam kegiatan ini ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai lupa ini, karena teringat saudara tua Asia tadi. Mari kita bersama baca basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iconelt secara resmi dibuka.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali Mudhafir, for the remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, let us welcome Mr. Steve Scott, the Australian Interim Consul General in Surabaya, to deliver a remark and launch ABC or Aussie Banget Corner in UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. For Mr. Steve Scott, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. And Vice Rector, I do feel fortunate that last night the soccer was 0-0. So nobody is happy, but nobody is sad. So it was a diplomatic result. Can I also thank the Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, UINSA, Surabaya, putting on this great conference, to the Vice Rector, to the Deans, the various heads of faculties, to all the speakers today. There's some great speakers. I know we have Pup Paul, who's Australian from Japan. He'll come all the way to tell you about English. But also there's many other great speakers and all of you coming together here to be part of this conference. For centuries, English has been more than just a language for people like us in Australia, but it has been a bridge, the medium that sort of transcends borders, cultures, ideologies. It's been woven through the fabric of diplomacy, commerce, education, innovation. As the world becomes more and more interconnected, we see that through the internet and other things. English has become the lingua franca of these mediums, whether that's in business negotiations, academic conferences like you have here today, or in international relations where I work. It remains a universal tool for effective communication. And for myself, I thank all of you for working so hard. I'm amazed at how good Indonesians are at speaking English. And I'm not so good at speaking your language, sadly, but you are amazing at learning English and communicating with us through our language. We know that it can unite diverse minds to address global challenges, foster collaboration as we see here today, and these sort of things cannot be overstated how important they are in a world where there's so many challenges. For Australia, we're also really proud that we're a melting pot of cultural diversity. We're made up of people from many different cultures and have come from many different nations. We also welcome students from across the globe. We know that if Indonesian students study overseas, 1 in 4 of those will choose Australia to get their education and a world-class education experience, so we thank you for that. In 2024, we had over 810,000 foreign students, international students studying in Australia. It's a huge industry and sector for us, and it's really important. What's also important is when those students return to their countries, they know more about Australia, they remain connected to us and become great advocates for us in the region and across the world, and that's really, really important. On behalf of the Australian government, I also want to acknowledge the many distinguished alumni we have across Indonesia. There's more than 200,000. Some of them have contributed greatly to the success of this event. Pat Sigit, you're one of them, so congratulations as well for everything you've done as chair of this year's Iconelt conference. Also to Ibu Nabila as well. Thank you, the head of the international office, and to the rector too, Pak Ahmad Zaki here. And like I said, finally, on this very special occasion, I would also like to announce the launch of the Aussie Bungit Corner. It'll be our small contribution from the Australian government to your great university, a little place where you can find resources on scholarships and studying in Australia and the opportunities that exist. There's many other books there too that will tell you about various aspects of Australian life, interesting Australians, topics that are of great relevance to us. So please go and check out the Aussie Bungit Corner that will open today. It's also significant that UINSA will be the first university under PTKIN in Central or East Java to host such a place. So again, to the university, thank you and congratulations for that achievement. And finally, I hope everyone enjoys the conference today. So, matur nuwun. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Konjen, for the warm remark. But Bapak Konjen, please just stay on the stage because we will announce the winner for today's quiz. Please stay on the stage because we will announce today's quiz. Yeah. So everyone, there will be two winners for today's quiz. So the two winners are Pristiamar Fatma Putri and Fatika Uti Habibah. Congratulations. So for all the winners, please come forward. Pristiamar Fatma Putri and Fatika Uti Habibah. Please come forward.
We will request Bapak Steve to present the first winner with the prize, which is Fatika Uti Habibah, and also Bapak Ali Mudhafir to present the second winner to Pristi Amar Fatma Putri. The first winner is Fatika Uti Habibah, and the first winner is Pristi Amar Fatma Putri.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the gifts are supported by the Australian Consul General in Surabaya. Thank you so much. Can stand up and we have a documentation together. Untuk semua para hadirin bisa untuk
merapat ke tengah. Ya.
Untuk semua para hadirin segera untuk merapatkan diri ke bagian tengah.
you kepada para hadirin dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. You may have a seat, please. As you can see here, the audience, this is the picture of the Aussie Banget Corner in other universities.
And we will have the Aussie Banget Corner or ABC in our library at UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya.
So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the English Language Education Department has partnered with several schools in Surabaya for conducting service learning program. And in this opportunity, we will do MOU signing between the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training and school partners. And for that, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Tahir SAG MPD, and the representatives of school partners to come forward.
For the representative of school partners, we would like to invite Bapak Amiruddin from MTS Darul Ulum, Ibu Hesti Kusumawati from SMP Negeri 24 Surabaya, and Dr. Mahmuda from SMA Al Muslim.
For Bapak Muhammad Tahir and also the representatives from the school partner,
Please
come
come forward.
forward. Thank you for signing the MOU. We hope that this collaboration will always continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, to close this opening ceremony, we would like to request the honor from Haji Muhammad Faizin SAG MPDI to lead the dua recitation. For Haji Muhammad Faizin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu sekalian, mari kita membaca suratul Fatihah dulu untuk wali mahasiswa yang pada pagi hari tadi meninggal dunia. Semoga amal solehnya diterima oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara. Allahumma ya muyassira kulli asir, yassir lana kulla asir, ya jami'an nasi liyawmin la rayba fi, inna allaha la yukhliful mi'ad. Allahumma barik lana fi umrina, wa barik lana fi a'malina, wa barik lana fi arzakina, وبارك لنا في أسراتنا وبارك لنا في علمنا وبارك لنا في حياتنا على كل حال برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعلنا هذه بكأة نافئة دائمة ساملة كاملة إلى يوم القيامة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Faizin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you of several things. This conference partners with several journal publishers for publishing the selected papers. And I would like to acknowledge their contribution to this conference. The journals which partner with this conference are Let's Stain Majene,
Vision UIN Wali Songo Semarang,
Payonara IAIN Madura,
Vision UIN Sumatera Utara,
Ideas IAIN Palopo,
Modality UIN Syekh M. Jamil Jambek Bukit Tinggi,
Nobel UIN Sunan Ampel.
IJET UIN Sunan Ampel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the end of the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching, or Iconelt 2024. On behalf of the committees, we would like to thank for the remarkable support and contribution from all parties that are impossible to mention one by one.
We would also like to thank the audiences for your attention. We hope everyone has a great time and has a fruitful discussion during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, there will be the first plenary session. But before that, we will have a coffee break for 15 minutes.
Again, we would like to say thank you very much to all audiences. Enjoy the conference.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu, sebelum meninggalkan ruangan ini akan diadakan sesi foto bersama. Untuk itu Bapak Ibu sekalian dipersilakan untuk berdiri di tempat dan kami akan mengambil dokumentasi secara bersama. Dimohon untuk berdiri.
Dimohon untuk para hadirin supaya berdiri.
mohon untuk berbalik badan berarti.
Oh iya. Iya tak, mohon berbalik badan.
Iki untuk kene. Mungkin moto iki dulu ya, moto pimpinan sih, nanti baru sama partisipan. wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the first plenary session of the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching, or Iconelt 2024.
The first plenary session will be delivered by Professor Paul McBride and will be moderated by Ms. Fitria, PhD. But before going further, let me introduce the moderator for the first plenary session. Ms. Fitria is the lecturer at the English Language Education Department at UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. She earned her master's and doctorates include creativity in language teaching, language assessment, intercultural communication, and second language teacher education. And she from the University of Canberra, Australia, to take her master's and doctorates degrees. All right, without further ado, please welcome Professor Paul McBride and Ms. Fitria.
Okay, good morning everyone. How are you? Okay. Are you ready for the first plenary of the conference? Okay. Yeah, okay. So welcome to the first plenary session on transformative ELT pedagogy, integrating English as a lingua franca. And thank you for MC for introducing me. As the MC said, that I will be the for today's plenary sessions. Okay, so we are fortunate today to have Professor Paul McBride. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise in our conference today, and an expert in the field of English language teaching with us, and he's going to discuss about the transformative potential of English as a lingua franca in our classrooms. Okay, so before he deliver his presentation, allow me to, explain little bit his biography. Yeah, a little bit about his biography. As Pak Steph mentioned, he's Australian Japanese. He's Australian, but he has been living in Japan for a long time, more than 20 years. More than 20 years. That's why I said that half Japanese, or even Japanese, more Japanese than Australian. Okay, and last night I learned 3 Japanese words, but I only remember one. Oishi. Artinya, when I took Pak Paul to dinner, we had rawon. We had rawon, and then she said, "This is very delicious." And the words that he mentioned is oishi, meaning very delicious. Okay. Prof. McBride is the director at the Center for English as Lingua Franca at Tamagawa University in Tokyo. He's interested in pedagogical implication of ELF, especially how language, literacy, meaning, and knowledge are connected to power structures in schools. Okay, and then I would like to inform everyone here that there will be a gift. There will be a gift. This is the important announcement for everyone here, okay? So there will be a gift for everyone here, especially for those who ask questions, okay? For those who ask questions and can answer Paul's question, yeah? So Paul later will select the best person who is able to ask a question and can answer Paul's question. Yeah. So the gift is supported by Education USA and also the General Consul of Australia in Surabaya. All right. Now I will give a time to Paul, but before that, please give round of applause to Professor Paul McBride.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Assad. It's a pleasure to be with you And it was a wonderful experience for me to listen to your national anthem, a joyful song, and your school song, a very beautiful song. And thank you for your warm welcome. I'm very happy to be with you today.
All right, Pak Pul, I think you have like around 70 minutes, right? 70 minutes, including question and answer. So everyone, please prepare your questions, yeah? Just prepare your question. You can ask later the question after Pak Paul finish his presentation. Okay, now would you like to start the presentation, Pak Paul? Committee, could you please share the screen of his slide?
This is a picture of the university in Tokyo where I work. It's called Tamagawa University.
Wait, maybe we need to check the sound. Is the sound okay? Can everyone hear the Pak Paul's voice clearly? Okay.
Thank you. It's at the point, this university is at the point where Tokyo City meets Yokohama City. And we have a center for English as a lingua franca, which means we study English the way it is used in international communication, not so much the way it's used by native speakers, although that's a small part of international communication. Next slide, please. Could we have the next slide, please?
Next slide, please. The committee.
Thank you. Today, I'd like to talk to you about understanding English as a lingua franca. That's international English use, including the way native speakers speak English, but that's only a small part. We need to think about ideology and curriculum and the effects of essentialism, which is one-size-fits-all approaches, and reductionism, which is reducing complex issues to simple terms. And thirdly, I'd like to help you think about whether what I'm saying today might change your thinking about English language teaching. And we have some measures for teachers to consider. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Firstly, understanding English as a lingua franca. Next slide. Jennifer Jenkins is one of the researchers who started modern English as a lingua franca research. I will say ELF when I mean English as a lingua franca. She says there is an uncritical tendency for English language teachers and all people, perhaps, to persist in traditional ways of thinking about English that do not consider the major structural changes in the use and users of English around the world. Next slide, please. And so many English language teachers, when they are testing and thinking about what kinds of material are good for their students, what's correct and what's appropriate English, are still thinking about native English speakers, even if their students are not in a native English speaking environment, and even if their students may not, when they graduate, actually use English in a native speaker environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. What is ELF? Barbara Seidelhofer is another person who started modern ELF research. She's now retired. She's a professor at the University of Vienna in Austria. Actually, their conference is on at the same time as your conference. They're having the ELF 14, the 14th International Conference of English as Lingua Franca in Prague in the Czech Republic, today and tomorrow and the next day. And Barbara is her name. She says, ELF is any use of English among speakers of different first languages for whom English is the medium of choice and often the only option. Next slide, please. Jennifer Jenkins is the third person. Now, sometimes people talk about Barbara Seidelhofer, Jennifer Jenkins, and Anna Maurinen, who is at the University of Helsinki, as the three founding mothers of ELF research. Jennifer Jenkins, in a paper in 2015, which you can find online in the EIP, English is in Practice journal, says that she talks about English as a multilingual franca. She means English as a lingua franca. She's bringing to the foreground, she's emphasizing multilingualism, and she's saying that ELF is multilingual communication in which English is available as a contact language of choice, but is not necessarily chosen. So ELF is multilingual. Next slide, please. I have 3 statements to ask you to think about to help demonstrate why Jennifer Jenkins says that English language teachers may be thinking uncritically about ELF, about English language teaching. Here's the first one, and I may ask you just to show me with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 fingers after you've thought about this. Excuse me. Conformity to native speaker norms is a requirement for successful communication. In other words, you need to speak like an American person or a British person or someone from Australia to successfully communicate. What do you think? 1 is strongly disagree, 2 is strongly agree. Can you show me, please? Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. The second statement. English is a widely shared linguistic resource that is shaped, that's the key word here, shaped, by its users from different linguocultural backgrounds. The users of English shape English. What do you think? Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. Native speaker-like competence is a primary objective in English language teaching. What do you think? Thank you. There's a mixture of answers. I appreciate your showing me. Okay. Next slide, please. Let's talk about language form and function, and let's talk about the way English ELF researchers are thinking about these topics. Another person, I mentioned 3, Seidelhofer, Jenkins, and Maurinen. Here's a 4th important person who I think you would know, Professor Henry Widdowson, who is also now retired and also at the University of Vienna. He said in 2015, he talks about a principle that the form a language takes is determined by the communicative functions it is required to serve. And Halliday said something similar in 1970. So we're thinking about form and function. Next slide, please. So when, as with ELF use, the language is required to relate social and personal needs other than those of native speakers, it will naturally be adapted in various ways which are functionally appropriate to different contexts and purposes. So Professor Widdowson is saying that people whose first language is not English have very different needs and purposes from my English. Next slide, please. So, says Professor Widdowson, it does not matter whether the language is the same, has the same code and the same rules as native speaker English, if it is intelligible and pragmatically effective. Next slide, please. I think it's very helpful for teachers and English language students who are going to be English language teachers to understand how this idea first developed in the mind of ELF researchers. And Jennifer Jenkins told this story at, I think it was ELF 8, the 8th conference in Beijing, and I was watching her tell this story. She said it was actually when she was teaching that she first became aware of ELF for herself. And it was in the 1980s when she was trying to make her students be like native speakers. Her students were from many different backgrounds, that she noticed two things. Next slide, please. Firstly, the students learned the rules, but they did not use them when they were talking outside the classroom, or even maybe inside the classroom. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Secondly, in most cases, the language they were using was okay for them to understand each other. Their communication was actually successful. Next slide, please. I think this is also helpful for us to understand that non-native ELF users experience English not by primary socialization. He means by primary socialization that culture and social identity are very strongly connected with the language. Widdowson is saying that non-native English speakers experience English as an extension of the language resource they already have. And it's not the same as a native speaker. Identity and language and culture are not so strongly linked. Next slide, please. And Barbara Seidelhofer says, if we think about how teaching English as a subject may be different, language that from the conventional point of view has only been partially and imperfectly learned. In other words, the teacher thinks that the students are not learning perfectly, can be put to communicative use. In other words, the students can communicate very well. Failed learners, in inverted commas, can be or become effective users of English. Observations of ELF interactions using technology, using corpora, which are records of what actually happens when people speak in international communication and write in international communication. These observations show that conformity to native speaker norms is not a necessary requirement for communication. Next slide, please. Now, if you are thinking, I'm not sure about this, when I first heard these ideas, I had similar thoughts. I thought, well, does that mean that anything is okay? And the answer is, these researchers say, no, anything is not okay in communication. What we need is appropriate and effective communication for the context. So Seidelhofer says we can consider the possibility of teaching objectives that are realistic. That means it's quite difficult for students of English to reach a native speaker standard. Actually, many never do. Actually, most never do. So we could set we could think again and set a realistic goal that reflects the learning process and is able to be achieved by our learners and would correspond more closely to the requirements of most people who use English. Next slide, please. I think I've just talked about this, but then Barbara Seidelhofer is talking about the development. What's more important, she says, is developing a capacity, a capability for effective English use. And that's what we're going to talk about more today. Next slide, please. Another thing she's saying is that the more teachers say you must be like a native speaker, the more difficult that is for the students. Next slide, please. And here is something that Jennifer Jenkins said. Actually, I think this is also Anna Maurinen, yes. Maurinen 2015. It is ELF, actually, rather than academic English, rather than native academic English, that characterises the mainstream of English use. So we don't really want to compare Indonesian English to Australian English. Why should we do that? You may not be talking with a native speaker. Next slide, please. So Seidelhofer says for our classrooms that typical errors, the things that teachers want to help the students with, spending time on doing that may not be necessary because those kinds of errors may not stop successful communication. Sometimes it may be just okay to speak the way you speak English. Next slide, please. Thank you. Henry Widdowson is just saying here that when students study English, they do it on the basis of the language they already know. And it's foreign to them and it's new to them. And the way they try to make sense of the language is the way we all use language, is to build on what they already know. And so, just at the bottom here, he says it's a very natural process to pay attention selectively to the things that will help you, to the parts of the language that will help you communicate successfully. And the point is that we all study language this way. There's not English here in my brain and Japanese here in my brain. It's all part of one language system. Next slide, please. This is how a group of English language teachers in Japan from the Japan Association of College English Teachers presented the idea of ELF to the members of the Association of Japanese College English Language Teachers. So we're thinking about multilingual, transcultural and social practices. We want to emphasize how English is different in every context. It's variable and diverse. When people use English, I'm changing my English now so that you can understand me, and that's how we communicate better. So I'm adapting my English and I'm accommodating my language so that we can communicate successfully. And you can do this by, as a teacher, helping your students to use language which is easy for another person to understand in that context. And to do that, we use negotiation and strategies to support understanding. Next slide, please. Here's the interesting part for me as a language teacher. Widdowson says that language teachers think about teaching, but really they should be thinking about learning. So let's start top left. We define learning with reference to teaching. top right, we assume that learning is a reactive and not a proactive process. That means we think that the students are reacting to the teacher. But he says, bottom right, learners never reach that, or very rarely reach that native speaker standard. And, bottom left, he says that this is generally thought of as a failure on account of the students, a failure by the students, but it may be more realistic to think that the teachers have failed for not setting a realistic objective. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Henry Widdowson is thinking about TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages. He's thinking, what does the E mean? What does the T mean? And he says the E in TESOL should be based on how English is actually used by speakers of other languages. And the T in TESOL should be process-oriented. And so that teachers should give reactive support. Teachers should react to students, to what their students are actually doing, rather than telling them that you have to reach this standard. Next slide, please. Henry Widdowson was talking at ELF 7, the 7th conference on ELF. This was in Greece in 2014, which I attended. And he said, why don't researchers and teachers take ELF seriously? And he gave these 3 reasons. Firstly, ELF does not come within the scope of traditional socio-linguistic concerns. Secondly, it's not an English. It can't be one of the world Englishes because it's not a variety. And therefore it cannot be a stable model for teaching. Now let's just think about the second point. Around about 2004, ELF researchers thought what they were studying when they were looking at records of how people speak in international communication, researchers thought what they were seeing may be a new variety. But actually, around about 2006, it was understood that no, it's not a variety, it's too complex. Every context is different. When an Indonesian speaks with an Australian, it's different from a Japanese person speaking with a Chinese person. Next slide, please. And it's because of this that ELF is particularly important for us to study and for teachers to study. Next slide, please. Some people think it might be a danger, but Barbara Seidelhofer says it's not really a danger, it's more a point of interest, because this tension between fixed English, stable varieties, and the variation of ELF is something that would seem very interesting to linguists and to teachers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. If you would like to look at how people are actually using English, you can, here are 5 corpora. Corpora is plural, corpus is singular. The first 2 are by Anna Marinen at the University of Helsinki. The second one is written academic English. The first one is spoken English. The third one is Barbara Seidelhofer's Voice, Vienna-Oxford Corpus of English, International Corpus of English. The fourth one, Jim D'Angelo, my colleague in Japan, helped to start a ACE, Asian Corpus of English. And the fifth one is something that my colleagues at Tamagawa University have created just in the last year or 2. It's an ELFJ corpus, ELF in Japan. Next slide, please. And here's a screenshot of that page. And we have a conversation here between a Japanese speaker of English and someone from another country, which I can't see here. And you can visit this website and you can use it to help your teaching. In this conversation, actually, I can't play it to you now, but at the beginning, there was a misunderstanding between the two speakers, and a lot of ELF research is focused on how we can help students in a situation where there's a misunderstanding. And we'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. That's my colleague's name, Bill Demosky. Next slide, please. Before we move to the next section about ideology in curriculum, I just want to help you to understand why ELF research has become more important in the last, say, 15, 20 years. There are really two main reasons, but I have 6 here. Globalization is one of the main reasons. Economic integration, technological advancements. Next slide, please. Educational exchange, which you seem to be doing, and cultural exchange, and a focus on pragmatic competence. Next slide, please. So just before we talk about ideology and curriculum, this is the building where I work. It's the Center for English as Lingua Franca at Tamagawa University in Tokyo. Next slide, please. And a former colleague, Glenn Toh, who now works at Nanyang Technical University in Singapore, wrote this paper in the Journal of English as a Lingua Franca about our experiences in making a new program, which didn't focus on native speaker norms, but focused on ELF. Next slide, please. That's it, thank you. And he said it's actually difficult to keep a focus on ELF because there are so many ideological forces in English language teaching working against ELF and keeping native speaker patterns and adherence to native speaker norms in place. And the next slide, please. And the next slide, please. So we finished talking about understanding English as a lingua franca, and from this point, I'd like to talk about ideology in curriculum, but I just want to stop for a minute and ask you, are you understanding what I'm saying? Okay, please ask any time. Okay, and I understand that we will be together until 10:50, and it's now 10:15, and we will have time for questions and answers. Okay, let's continue. Essentialism, one-size-fits-all approaches, and reductionism, reducing complex situations to simple thinking. Next slide, please. My former colleague Glenn Toh writes, along with Seidelhofer and Wen and Jenkins, maybe you know Professor Wen from China. Entrenched within Western TESOL are iconic practices which are incompatible with ELF contexts, incompatible with the heterogeneity, that means the many forms, the diversity and variability of English. Next slide, please. I've always been interested in what Professor Apple says about ideology. He says, schools not only control people, they also help to control meaning. And here he's talking about schools. Perhaps a teacher at a school has a strong conviction that native speaker English is what they should be teaching, and that native speaker English is what their students should be learning. And Professor Apple is saying here that schools help us as a society to focus on particular knowledge. And one of the reasons that happens continually is that a particular group is a powerful group. And in this case, we're talking about native speakers, and we have powerful groups involved in native speaker activities, for example, publishing companies, and we have native English associated with powerful countries, America, England, and so on. Next slide, please. So Glenn Toll says, there are some worldviews which language teachers might have which are normalizing. They don't help us to think in a questioning kind of way about English language teaching. And there are 5 of them here. Firstly, thinking about language as, for example, English as one language and Indonesian as another language. Secondly, thinking that one way of teaching is good for all students in our class. Thirdly, only using the methods which we heard from an expert rather than thinking about whether these methods are actually good for our students, for their motivation, for their interest. Fourthly, reducing learning to technical skills and drills and routines, taking it out of its sociolinguistic context. And fifthly, doing things in teaching in an efficient, effective way. The word used here is complying with a homogenizing neoliberal ethos, which means that we take a business approach and we use it in the classroom. Effectiveness, efficiency, this is right, this is wrong. She go to work by bus, that's wrong. We'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. These are just 3 quotations about reductionism, making simple circumstances, making complex circumstances seem simple. Next slide, please. So again, in this case, it's Glenn Toll saying maybe we shouldn't be asking our students to be like a native speaker. If they want to be, that's good, that's fine. Maybe they need to work in a native speaker environment when they graduate. I hope my students would understand that it takes a lot more work and effort to reach that standard. Maybe it's not necessary. I think we've talked about what Glenn says. You will know Jack C. Richards. He says that textbooks can be symbols and icons in curriculum planning, and that sometimes textbooks can do the teaching rather than the teacher. Next slide, please. An interesting point for me to hear Professor Widdowson talk about was when we think of what native English speaking is or writing is, actually a description of a standard language in a grammar book and a dictionary, it's not an empirically substantiated account of the actual language. We think of it as something set, something very important. Actually, he says it's a version, it's one version of a convention. It's a construction, it's something that's been made, and it's something that's been agreed on, but it's only one type of English that people have agreed on at one point in history in one place. Next slide, please. So Glenn says that when English language teachers teach English, English teaching is deliberately or maybe not deliberately commodified and methods controlled, always thinking about the syllabus, always thinking about the textbooks, thinking about how to do drills and skills and routines. Otherwise, it's like a formula and unreflexive. Unreflexive means we don't think very much about what we're doing in the classroom. Next slide, please. I think we can skip this one. Next slide, please. One example is TOEIC. TOEIC is the test of English for international communication. It's popular in Japan and South Korea. And when we were creating this program with Professor Masaki Oda, who was a speaker here in the 2017 Iconelt conference, he created the program that we are now working on. And the people in the university, the administrators said, you must have a standardized testing score or you can't do this new program. So although TOEIC focuses on native English use, we understand that native English use is one small part of ELF. So we have to live with TOEIC. It's important in Japan. It's important for students as they graduate and their employees use it to decide whether they can have jobs. Next slide, please. Glenn and I did a study together in maybe 2 years ago, and we asked the full-time teachers at our centre, what do you think about ELF? And two of the very good English speakers who are teachers in our centres said this. One said this: ELF awareness helps ease the pressure of trying to have unrealistic goals and the negative effects and the feelings of I'm not good enough. This person is a really good English speaker, actually. She says, I can feel more confident being a non-native speaker of English and a teacher at the same time. Next slide, please. The next, my other colleague, who's also a very good English speaker, said, could we just go back, please? Thank you. That's okay. Sorry, maybe there's a slide missing. That's okay. Now we've come to the end of the second section. We talked first about understanding ELF, secondly about ideology and curriculum. And now, thirdly, I'd like to help you to understand, is this important for you? And if so, what might you do in the classroom to help your students? Are you still okay? Do you have any questions right now?
Okay, Bapak Ibu, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands. Yeah, is it okay if we accept could be one question first before Pak Paul continue his presentation? Any question? Yes, please. Please mention your name, yeah? Your name, and if you are the student, could be you need to mention which faculty are you from, or which study program are you from? Okay.
Yes.
Straight to the point, okay? Straight to directly to the questions, yeah? No longer introduction, just go straight. Yeah, go straight to the questions, yeah?
Okay, thank you for Mr. Paul for the presentation. Earlier you mentioned that one of the points that I get from your presentation just now, you mentioned that when we as teachers also as students view English as a multilingual paradigm, also especially as a social practice, we could boost our English competence to the new level. But you also mentioned at the same time that most people won't reach the level of native speakers itself. So my question is, if you were born not as a native speaker, but as an Indonesian itself, what are the 3 things that you will do to reach to the level of native speakers itself? Thank you.
One question, only one question, okay? Yeah, yeah.
So you're asking, as an Indonesian English language speaker, what are 3 things you could do to reach a native speaker level? That's a difficult question. Firstly, can I clarify? I'm not saying that by using ELF, you'll boost your English. Yes. Okay. I think what you need to do is practice, well, firstly, practice English in the context in which you're going to use it. So speak with native speakers. Secondly, I would say engage your interest. So I'm really interested in sports, for example, and I would read magazines or watch TV programs about sports. And thirdly, I can say this from my Japanese learning experience, that it's important to use reading, writing, and listening and speaking because they complement each other. And if I don't read enough in Japanese, I find that it's difficult to understand the words I'm hearing.
Those are the three things, yeah, that you can do to reach native like standard, the standard of native speakers. All right. Any other question or any other questions? No more questions? Okay. You can continue the presentation. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Bu Fida. I'm very sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Pak. Such an honor. Okay, thank you, Pak Paul, for bringing such a critical perspective into our understanding of English as a lingua franca. I think similar word to English as lingua franca is within the framework of World Englishes. So based on what you have just mentioned, that depending on who are you talking to, then you need to modify, probably not modify, but use the English properly within the context. If you agree with me, or I agree
Yes,
with
I do. Adapt and accommodate to use the English appropriately for that context.
For that specific context, yeah. So I really appreciate that you brought some ideas from Widossens, Halliday. I think Halliday mentions about native speakerism as the ideology. This is very rare to bring this critical thinking or critical pedagogy into ELT field. So given the talk that you have presented today, is it still relevant to use the term native speaker of English since English as second language speakers outnumber the L1 English speaker, right? So there should be a lot of varieties given the context where English is spoken. So again, I really appreciate, and my question is it still relevant to use the term English native speaker? And also, and how do you define native speaker anyway? So thank you, Pak Paul.
A very thoughtful question, thank you. Firstly, when Barbara Seidelhofer wrote her book, Understanding English as a Lingua Franca, she asks this question and she says, I want to go ahead and use the terms native speaker and non-native speaker, just to show native speaker is a person like me. And Glenn Toll and other people have speculated that perhaps in the future, native speakers won't be very important. I know that ELF researchers say that when we have non-native speakers and native speakers communicating together, it's not the native speakers who set the linguistic standard. So it's a very interesting question to think about. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? No? Yeah, maybe you can continue the. Okay. Bu Fika, right? Yeah.
Check. Okay, thank you very much for the chance, Bu Fitri. Hello, Mr. Paul. My question is related to the practical in the classroom activities. I believe that in promoting ELF awareness, it's such kind of very challenging activity. Could you please tell your experience, what kind of problems you face in the classroom so that maybe from your strategies we can adapt your tips to our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor Megawati. The next section will be dealing with that question. Perhaps, firstly, I feel that I'm very busy with just planning my lessons and doing administration, and it takes imagination and creativity for an English language teacher to think of something to help their students, for example, practice how to ask for clarification, or how to check for understanding, or how to adapt their language so that someone else will understand them from a different cultural and linguistic background. We feel that our progress as teachers at the centre has been slow, and I'll show you in the next section the ideas that we have had. Thank you for your questions. Let's talk about how we might change the curriculum. Next slide, please. This is a picture taken at a faculty development, that means staff development day at Tamagawa University. These are full-time teachers. Firstly, we want to associate ELF with academic inquiry to prevent the kind of reducing complex issues to simple issues, to prevent the kind of reductionism that I have been talking about. Next slide, please. Secondly, I'd like to help my students think carefully and critically about these statements, these kinds of statements which you showed me you're thinking about at the beginning of this presentation, which we have been talking about. Next slide, please. This is Seidelhofer 2017. She says, and Henry Wooderson agrees, don't just change everything suddenly. People at ELF conferences, especially the 10th ELF conference in Helsinki a few years ago, there was a symposium on integrating integrating ELF in ELT. So not replacing ELT with ELF, but integrating ELF in ELT. So we could, number one, reflect on emphasising appropriate communication. We've been talking about that. Secondly, give emphasis to the forms of the language which help the students communicate. So if we take the example, she go to work by bus, and I say as a language teacher, that's wrong. You should say she goes to work. You should use the third person singular S. She goes to work by bus. Is that helping the student communicate the message? Maybe not. Thirdly, we should help students to help themselves to build these skills. And Barbara Seidelhofer talks about a communicative capability. We'll talk about that more. Next slide, please. Here is Professor Oda, who was the director of the centre before I became the director 4.5 years ago. And his message to students was, to answer your question, Professor Megawati, you will not be penalised. His message to students on our webpage, you will not be penalised for not being able to imitate native speakers perfectly. Instead, we will constantly reflect on what you can do. It's not what you can't do compared to a native speaker, it's what you can do, and gradually improve your English as it is used in the real world, step by step. Also, another thing we do at our centre is when we are looking for new teachers, we don't think about whether they're a native speaker or a non-native speaker. We think about whether they have experience in learning a second language or another language, and we think about their teaching skills. Next slide, please. This is the way our program was structured for about 8 years. We had 20% for the TOEIC test, but that has now changed. This is another discussion involving administration. Some people think that you'll be rocking the boat. I'm using an idiom, rocking the boat, making trouble, if you don't use TOEIC to make sure that a student in Class A is at the same standard as a student in Class B. There are arguments against that, and now we have business English as a lingua franca, and only those students have TOEIC as 20% of their final grade. The other students do the test, but it's not counted as part of their grade. Okay, thank you. That's good. More and more, again, to answer the question about what teachers should do, instead of me telling the students, I want the students to tell me what ELF is and what they have found on the internet, and what ELF is and how it affects them. And I'll show you another slide later, which is an example of a student's work. This is becoming easier as I'm becoming better at Japanese. Next slide, please. Now here's one example of a student found this video, and it's a wonderful example of someone who's a native English speaker pretending that they're not a native English speaker and interviewing people on the streets in South Korea and asking, can you help me to charge my bus card? And as you look at this 3 or 4 minute video, you can see that they're using all of these communication strategies. This is not something I did, this is something my students found. And we just talk about the communication strategies they're using. For example, repeating words and asking a friend and using technology and body language and gestures. Next slide, please. This is, you can't see this clearly, that's okay. It's a lesson plan that I made as part of a PDF which our full-time teachers created to help our students think about ELF. And my topic was gender stereotypes and in television advertisements around the world. Next slide, please. Really, we have a target language, but really I'm just asking my students to comment on, find examples of television advertisements or any video which shows gender stereotyping, and comment on the way people are using English. Comment on the language and comment on the culture. See, we don't have international students at Tamagawa, so actually this is one way we can make our experience more international. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is one example. It's actually from Australia. Thank you. The woman's doing the housework and the man's giving the advice. Next slide, please. Oh, we can't. Sorry. Yes. Next slide, please. These are other examples, but my time to talk is finished, and it's now our time to discuss. So is that right? 5 minutes? Okay. But that's discussion time, I think. Yeah. I'd really like to talk with you, so let's do that.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, I ever visit Japan too, but I still don't understand well. In your opinion, what is the differences between Japanese and Indonesian students in learning English as their second language? Thank you.
Okay, the difference between Japanese students, yeah, and also Indonesian students, yeah, is it in learning English, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, I can answer according to my experience. Is what they have in common is they're good students. For many reasons, for many cultural reasons, Japanese students may be engaged just like Indonesian students, but they may feel that it's not appropriate to speak English in class. I'm not sure about the Indonesian context, but I have experienced your interest and your attention this morning from the students.
So do you think that, I don't know, do you think that Japanese student is more active compared to Indonesian student? Do you have any experiences teaching Indonesian students? No, that will be hard then to make comparisons, to identify the differences because Professor Mike Bright doesn't have any experience teaching Indonesian students. Yeah, could be, I don't know how you could make assumption that Japanese student it's more active compared to Indonesian student, as you said that. Is it from the video? From yeah. Okay, so in 2008 you visited Japan, and according to your experiences, you observe that the students in Japan are more active, are more engaged than Indonesian students. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. In my experience, I think they're quite similar. Maybe you had a good group of students. One thing I do is work in small groups so that the students feel more comfortable communicating with each other.
Okay. Yeah. This is one of the strategies, yeah, to make them comfortable communicating each other. So you need to divide it into small groups. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor Mike Bright. Okay. Actually, I forgot to let you know that there are participants in a Zoom because it's hybrid. There's online and on-site. So I would like to offer the questions to the participant in Zoom. Yeah. In online. Are there any questions from online meeting? Can I see? Maybe you can write your question in a chat box. And could be the committee can help read the questions. Any questions in the chat box? No. I cannot see. Okay, so yeah, no question. All right then, I offer the question in this for the audiences here. Any questions that you would like to ask? Yes, please mention your name and where you are from. Okay. Oh, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Sorry, I didn't see. You are far away, so that's why I cannot see you clearly.
Yes, I know a lot of the good folks here at the university. Thomas Kaufman worked as an English language fellow for the U.S. Department of State in Surabaya. Native speaker. Yeah. And so this question lingers with me to circle back to that, and also assessment. You maybe elaborate on how, or the debate that you had of rocking the boat in your department, or maybe how assessment has changed, how the tests might have changed in light of all this great theory on ELF, or how other universities might be changing the way they see standardized, generalizable norms and standards and things like that.
Thank you very much for your question. Firstly, it's very difficult to assess ELF because each context is different. But we can test ELF-related skills. For example, are you accommodating to the person you're communicating with? And when I am doing a listening and speaking test, I tell my students, you don't have to have an American accent to achieve the top score, the best score in this test, for example. Just by the way, thinking about testing for placement, Jennifer Jenkins wrote a paper in 2020 suggesting that students might be able to, or should, place themselves actually, and we have tried that and it seemed to be quite successful. And so the student would decide their level and choose the course based on that and some other information which we provided. So to answer your question, it's very difficult to test a context-specific set of skills like ELF, but you can have the guiding principle that as long as your communication is effective for its purpose, there's no need to use a word order, for example, that is the same as an American would usually use in their community of practice, or any other feature of speech.
Okay. Hopefully it's answer your questions, Thomas. Okay, one more questions, and then there will be a quiz after this, okay? I will offer one more questions.
Okay, for all the participants, you've already heard the information, a lot of information from Professor Paul McBride. So I have one question. If you can answer my questions and you get the reward, right, ma'am? No. Okay. For all the participants, do you have any questions?
Check, check. First of all, thanks for the opportunity for me to ask. From the start, when you are explaining all the things to us, I'm just wondering, this is actually the way you speak all the day, or you just adjusting to us today? That's why.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I was adjusting. I was expecting that there would be fewer students and more teachers in the audience. What do you think of my adjustment, my accommodation?
That's the thing that I would like to ask actually. Okay. What kind of adjustment we can do so it will improve our students to speak more than the usual days? Thank you.
As teachers, I see. Well, it's like a parent talking with a child. As the child develops, the parent seems to have an intuitive sense of what the child will understand. And I find that with my students very much. When I spend time with them, I seem to choose words which I know they understand. When I was talking to you this morning, I slowed my speech down and I changed words which were written on the slide according to my understanding of what you would understand.
I totally agree with you. I remember when I studied in Australia, I think almost most of my lecturers speaks very slow to adapt to the students. But compared to like ordinary Australians, when we go to like the market, they, they speak mumbling. It's very hard to understand. But when you go, when you are in a like academic condition or situation, it seems like there is tendency they will adjust their language, the speech, the way they communicate. Yeah.
When I am listening to somebody speaking Japanese, and that person is a learner of Japanese, I find that their Japanese is much easier for me to understand. So there's a good argument that perhaps studying with ELF users is maybe more effective than studying with native English speakers. That's something that we could research.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Professor Paul McBride. Thank you so much for such fruitful informations about English as a lingua franca. I think this is the end of our presentation today. After hearing your presentations, your understanding English as lingua franca is challenges. It challenges traditional notions of a native speaker norms, and redefine how we approach language teachings. Like the diverse and dynamic nature of ELF calls for pedagogical practices that prioritize communication over perfection, embrace linguistic diversity, and also could be prepare students for real-world interaction across culture. As most of us are educators, I think this is part of our responsibility to rethink our teaching strategies to empower learners, equipping them with the skills they need to navigate multilingual world confidently, I think. Yeah. Thank you so much. Please give applause to Professor Paul McBride. But before I end today's session, I promised you at the beginning that we will have a quiz. So I ask Paul to ask 2 questions, okay? To ask 2 questions, and there will be a gift for the ones who can answer the questions. Please don't ask difficult questions. Simple question.
That's a difficult thing. Okay, I mentioned some of the people who started modern ELF research, and I said there were 3 people who could be the mothers of modern ELF research. Can you remember their names? One name is okay.
One name is okay. Do you remember the name? Do you still remember the name? The person who... Oh, no, raise your hand. Wait. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. I forgot to mention the rule. Okay, if you know the answer, just raise your hand, okay?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Jenkins, said Hoover. I don't remember a lot of the others.
Jennifer Jenkins, Barbara Seidelhofer, and Anna Maurinen.
Okay, one more question.
In the second section, we were considering issues, ideological issues in English language teaching. Name one of the issues.
Name one of the issues. No, you cannot answer the question. No more. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, for the second part, it's about ideology in curriculum. The issue is about the effect of essentialism and reductions in ELT. Is it correct?
Okay, that's correct. Good. Can you please come forward and Paul will give like the gift, like the souvenir. Can you please come forward? Yeah. Okay, all right, can you give for the, could be, Rifki, for the USPA first, for USPA, and Bu Irma, can you please give the souvenir to Fikri? Okay, so the first gift is supported by Education USA. There is a booth at in front of this amphitheater. If you want to know about like studying at the USA, you can visit the booth, yeah. And this gift is from them. This is for Uswa. Foto dulu, mana ini yang? Oh yes. Okay, so for the second person who get the gift is souvenir, or souvenir is Fikri, right? Rifki, sorry, Rifki. And Bu Irma will give the souvenir. Okay, so for anyone here who would like to have the same gift, prepare your question. Should be, prepare your question and should be ready to answer the question from the speakers, yeah? All right. Okay, Bapak Ibu, I think that's it for today's plenary session. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, Professor Mike Bright. Yeah, please give applause to Pak Paul. Okay, and for me, finally, I say thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Paul McBride, for a very insightful presentation. And next, there will be a certificate awarding session to Professor McBride. For that, we would like to invite Ma'am Afida Safriani, PhD, as the head of language education, to present the certificate to the speaker.
Kuliahnya kok mudeng lho, mesti bahasane pressure. Para hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri karena kita akan mengambil foto bersama bersama speaker kita, yakni Profesor Paul McBride. Dimohon untuk para hadirin supaya berdiri dan merapat ke tengah. Terima kasih.
Propono langsung mesti numpalik, seret, enggak ya numpalik. Kerja langsung lantai 25 ke lantai 2.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Para hadirin dipersilahkan untuk duduk kembali. Okay, once again, we would like to say thank you for both presenter and moderator for such an insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session will be continued, and this session will be done online with our second speaker today, which is Ms. Harni Kartikaningsih, PhD, and will be moderated by Dr. Andes Mukhtarom, MED Gratip TESOL. But first, let me introduce the moderator for this second plenary session. So, Mr. Mukhtarom is one of the lecturers at English Language Education Department. He took his master's degree in Sydney University and got his graduate diploma from Canberra University. And currently, he is the owner of Excellent School and Course. All right, without further ado, please welcome Ms. Harni Kartikaningsih and Dr. Andes Mukhtarom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. How are you this morning? I really expect that everything is fine. So, this session is supposed to be very important for us, particularly for those who will do the practice teaching. Why? Because this will be talking about bilingual, genre, pedagogy, practice in language teaching, English language teaching. So whatever it is, this is very important for us because until now, we are still looking for the way, the strategy of how to create the students to be able to speak English. And we start from probably English in Indonesia, now start from playgroup. You know, some school try to open the playgroup using English, kindergarten, as well as for primary, junior high school, and senior high school. But this is the thing that we understand that we're still difficult to make our students speak English, even though for playgroup until now. And you see, we will have Bu Harni Kartikaningsih PhD. This is for Indonesian University. I think Bu Harni here is very great in how to practice the genre pedagogy. Pedagogy is something like teaching learning process. And we haven't got that one. Have we got Bu Harni already? Is it, Bu Harni?
I am here already.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Do I sound okay?
Okay, good morning, Bu Harni.
Hello, good morning, Bapak Muharram.
Bapak Muhtaram, yeah. Moderator. For you, yeah. I can't see this one. Oh, you are behind me, so I can see.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So we got some expert in English for here, and it seems to me that we are going to talk about the pedagogy, as well as the practice, as well as in bilingual. So I may say that how to make the students speak English. I think the best method that I may see is just bring the students to go to Australia to native speaker, isn't it?
How fancy, everybody would agree. But
Yeah.
it's possible. Yeah, but would be great to do so.
Okay. Okay, first, I might introduce you to the audience. Bu Harni here is associate professor, assistant professor in the Department of Linguistics at Faculty of Humanities, University of Indonesia. She graduated from Sydney University for Doctor of Philosophy, Linguistics, and Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, UPI, for Sarjana Sastra, English Language and Literature. And she did a postdoctoral fellowship in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And she has been giving lectures and delivering workshops on educational linguistics in Indonesia and beyond, among others Australia, Chile, Hong Kong, Iran, and was appointed as Director of Academic Writing Center, Faculty of Humanities, University of Indonesia, 2020 until 2021. A research interest, all informed by systematic functional linguistics, include classroom discourse, genre pedagogy, healthcare communication, and multilingualism. So this is Bu Harni. So I think we are very lucky for this morning because we will get her to talk about the bilingual genre pedagogic practice in Indonesian. Like you may say that in Indonesian here, English is not the second language, but this is EFL, English as foreign language. So this is rather different. So you may say that bilingual here is also the dream of the owner of the school, how to create and set up about the bilingual school as well. So I think Bu Harni here is the right person that will talk about the practice, the bilingual, as well as for the genre pedagogic in Indonesia. And I will give the time for Bu Harni, the same thing with the previous one. Is it about 1 hour? Is it enough, Bu Harni?
Maybe less. I think I was given 12 until 12:15, including question and answer.
All right.
So I think we'll finish around 12.
Around 12, okay. So we will talk about that one around 12. So, and after that we have question and answer. Okay, please give applause Bu Harni Ningsi.
I'm going to share my PowerPoint so everybody could see. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. So first of all, thank you to Bapak Muharram who just welcomed me in so warming and nice. Unfortunately, I could not be there. I'm sure people in Surabaya are very warm, and I could hear by the sound from the background that our moderator is a beloved lecturer, I guess, and I think there are a lot of energy and vibe that I could actually hear and listen by far away from, although I'm far away from you guys. So my title, as you can read, it's towards a bilingual genre-based pedagogic practice for Indonesian EFL classrooms. So my overarching goal today would be discussing about genre pedagogy, or I think all of you know it as genre-based approach. And I'm going to discuss it a bit in chronological order. I would discuss the evolution as well as the principles and practice behind this pedagogy. And then we'll have a look at samples of Indonesian EFL classrooms in which those classrooms, I think our classrooms, are already familiar with genre pedagogy and have been practicing this pedagogy. But we will we'll also discuss about the aspect of multilingualism, in which it's apparently in high time. But given this short time, I don't think I would be able to, answer the whole issues. But I'm going to discuss one aspect in which we'll be questioning how can genre pedagogy address multilingualism in Indonesian EFL classroom. So let me begin by the history of genre pedagogy, or you may note that as SFL GBA. So genre pedagogy, it is actually termed in the beginning of Sydney School genre pedagogy, or in outside Sydney or Australia, it is called systemic functional linguistics genre-based approach, because it has tight connection with the linguistic theory, which is the base of this pedagogy. As a pedagogy, Sydney School, or we can call it GBA, is a holistic pedagogy. So it is not just a method, an approach, or a program. And it is based on systemic functional linguistics as a theory of learning, as well as results and outcomes of a series of action research projects. So it's not just a theory, but also results of the projects in which it makes this pedagogy. It is also a set of teaching learning procedures for teachers to contextualize these principles in practice. So we've got the principles from the result of the project as well as the theory, but this also has procedures in which it derives from Halliday's threefold language learning model. So if you're familiar with systemic functional linguistics, the founding father is Professor Halliday. And for genre pedagogy, we adopted what we call a threefold language learning model. It is learning language, learning about language, and learning through language. And the fundamental language teaching and learning principle is that guidance through interactions in the shared context of experience. So this SFL GBA or genre pedagogy surely begins in Australia, but it has been widespread across the globe. So there are some applications in China, including Indonesia and China and Japan. The other thing would be in Europe. It's also a big thing in genre pedagogy. In Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia. In South Africa, there are also some report of application, also in North America, United States and Canada. What we can learn from the genre pedagogy across the globe, most of the genre pedagogy or GBA is used for literacy-based teaching. And for the Northern and South and the Latin American counterpart, also in Europe, GBA is usually part of the CLIL program. It is an integrated or embedded with content learning. So it's not just in an English class, but it is also part of the teaching for content learning. In Asian contexts, particularly in Indonesia, usually SFL GBA is the part of the EFL teaching, particularly for reading and writing skills. So there are, just some publications that you may want to have a look, and this is one
actually one publication that has been used, I guess, for English teachers across Indonesia by Professor Emi Emilia. So the principles that is ingrained in genre pedagogy is basically this: talk around text. So for the talk around text, we have these two principles. The first one is to do with knowledge about language, or we can also call it, in a fancy way, meta language. It covers what to teach. What are we going to teach students? What kind of knowledge about language can we teach to students? The second principle is knowledge about pedagogy, or the fancy term is the meta-pedagogy. It is basically saying how to teach those knowledge about language. Let's begin with the knowledge about language, basically what to teach. So the contribution of genre pedagogy in knowledge about language is that, so basically when we are first year student of English education, we learn grammar, for examples, and those are part of the knowledge about language. But genre pedagogy cover more than just the language, because what Halliday proposes is that when children learn language, they are not simply engaging in one kind of learning among many. Rather, they are learning the foundation of learning itself. So it emphasizes the importance of learning language, because when children learn language, they are learning about the foundation of learning itself. And it is distinctive characteristics of human learning is that it is a process of making meaning. We continuously making meaning, or there is a semiotic process. And its prototypical form of human semiotic is language. The way we make meaning is by using language. So when we teach any subject or skill involves teaching through language. But teaching literacy should involve explicitly teaching about language. And this gets to how we can think about teaching of English in our context later on. So meta language is indeed necessary to teach language and literacy, but what we have to do is to teach it effectively, so there is a shared understanding of how language works. We need to be able to teach students parts of languages, a part of knowledge about language, so that we can teach them how to use language. So as this genre pedagogy is motivated by a language theory of learning, how we see language is not just letter, pattern, or sound, syllable, or word, but we look at it from context down to phonemic awareness. We look at it as a whole language. We look at it in terms of genre writing. We look at it how we could compose a text. We could also look at how sentence or grammar are made up from word group and word to syllable and then Latin pattern and sound. So it's actually a comprehensive way to look at language, and then this is part of the knowledge about language that should be taught to students. So in knowledge about language, what we could actually try to oversimplify here, the genre pedagogy contribution is that it contributes to the notion of genre or different text types. And some teaching also include functional grammar that is not just traditional, but how it functions. If you are familiar with the term action verbs, for example, that's one influence from genre pedagogy. We also look at lexis and vocabulary as part of the knowledge about language. But the notion of genre and different text types is actually very important, especially for Indonesian EFL, because it has been part of our curriculum. It may be prescribed, actually. So students are familiar, student teachers of English, and even Indonesia for now, are familiar with the range of the text types that should be taught. And this is important because when we are teaching writing, for example, in a particular genre about one topic, we can say, we could learn that there are different ways of writing it. There are different ways language could be structured to fulfill that function. We could actually think about and put it in an analogy of, when you're teaching a student to write about Komodo dragon. So when we ask students to write Komodo dragon in English, for example, we could make clear what kind of writing we want our students to write. If we want to write, if we ask them and instruct them to write about report, we could model that in which a description of a descriptive report, it would include something like classification and the description. So it will include the appearance, the habitat as well as the diet that the Komodo dragon as a species. That would be different if we want to talk about, playfully, this kind of text, 7 reasons a Komodo dragon is the ideal pet. We will not, when we ask students to write a descriptive report about Komodo dragon, we would not expect it. But if we want to have some humor or, an argumentative essay in which it has some sense of humor in our class, we write 7 reasons why a Komodo dragon is the ideal pet. So what we ask them to do is to first start with a thesis statement, then a series of arguments. So although both of them are talking about Komodo dragon, one is to describe it in a factual, basis. It has to have some sort of truth in it because it has to be right. It has to be, for example, we have to get the information about the 10 feet and 330 pounds, and those could be done through descriptive report. But if we want to have elaborating, use of adjectives to be more persuasive, we could learn how to write an argument by using exposition, like using a thesis statement that, the ideal domestic pet is Komodo dragon, and 7 reasons or series of arguments to support that. So we could actually differentiate within one topic, but there are 2 different texts that could achieve a different function. Now we can move on to the knowledge about pedagogy or how to teach. And this is something that I think most of you are familiar with, as Bapak Muharram has raised earlier. So knowledge about pedagogy or meta-pedagogy is basically a pedagogy that is based on language. I think I raised the verbatim earlier, guidance through interaction in the context of shared experience. So in here, this pedagogy of GBA, of genre pedagogy, is actually a continuation of the notion of scaffolding. So it's basically contextualizing the idea that adults assisting children to help children develop their language. From Painter and Halliday, we could learn that when a child learns language, they are actually assisted by their caretaker, their mother, their father. If you have children, for example, you are actually continuously teach them how to use language. You fix them, you correct them from phonology to the wording until they could create text or a spoken text. So how could we scaffold it? But it's not just scaffolding it, but guide them into the right context of experience so that they could produce text as in SFL sense to be succeed in school. So how could that be contextualized is that when teachers, students do some interaction in classroom, it could be contextualized into several stages of teaching and learning. And this is something what you have studied in your classes before. So the question about the stages of teaching and learning is actually how do we teach knowledge about language to students strategically? So there are actually not a lot of knowledge about language that students need to master to be able to be competent in their, language. But we need to establish common grounds with students and make meaning together with the students. So that's why teaching learning cycle or genre-based approach with a lot of sets of strategies are created. But there are actually a bit of history about this genre pedagogy, and one of the earliest model is the language and social power. So if you could see here, it is a cycle that you can start from negotiating field, then it goes on to the construction, goes on with joint construction, and followed by independent construction of text. The central idea or the aim is the approximation of control of genre. So basically, that's why it is called genre-based, because we need to be able to control the genre. The later model is what is it called? It's a write it right model. So instead of starting with negotiating field, it starts with the construction. Then it goes on with joint construction and independent construction. So it has 3 stages instead of 4 stages as the previous model. The more current, I think this is the latest model, is called the reading to learn model. It has more choices of stages that you could choose. It starts with the outer layer, So it's preparing for reading, joint construction, and individual construction. But we could actually go deeper into detailed reading, joint rewriting, and individual rewriting if we want to focus more on the language level that we are focusing on. The last bit would be the sentence making, spelling, and sentence writing. So basically, these are the stages. They are, genre-based pedagogy with what we know and how it has been evolved. It might be different, but actually, even though the model, for example, as old as this 1992 model, they are still used in some part of the classroom. What's interesting about the reading to learn model is that it's not just stages of teaching, but it also involves ways of interacting with students. So teachers should prepare how they talk to students, because interaction is the key. So basically, we want students to be able to respond. And teacher is not just equipped to ask questions, but they have to prepare first before asking the questions, and then give some sort of evaluation and then elaborate. So it's not just a simple way to say it is that you start your class not just asking questions, but with some sort of statement to prepare them what to prepare, what to ask, and then they could be equipped with, answering the question. So based on all models that could be, that we could see and beyond what I could present today, what we could learn from the stages of teaching and learning, or the GBA that we are familiar with. There are stages, function, and activities. So those are something that we could actually think about when we want to teach using genre-based pedagogy. So the first stage is usually is the building knowledge. What does it mean by building knowledge? Is it functions for teachers to prepare students for getting familiar with the context of the text. So the notion of text here, it's not just written text or reading text. Sometimes it's the text in video or audio. Basically, you can use any text, but whenever any text is introduced, you need to build their knowledge of the text by making them familiar with the context of the text. When a text is given, it's difficult not just in terms of language. It's also challenging because there's context behind it. For example, if you want students to be familiar with the story of, Romeo and Juliet, you will not give them, for example, for junior high school early, like the direct text of Shakespeare written in that era. I think you need to give some sort of context and familiarity, maybe watching the movie first. Basically, try to build what the story is about so that they are familiar with the text before they're reading it. And once they are familiar with the context, you can move on to modeling text, in which you make explicit the language resources used in the target text. At least from the way we talk about Komodo dragon, we could be, intuitively learn that there's two texts, in which the first text that describe Komodo dragon is different from the Komodo dragon as an ideal pet. They are language structure and construction that are differently built for those two different genres. And then this modeling text stage is the stage in which you could make explicit why the language resources in those two texts are different. Later on is joint construction. Joint construction is to guide students to write a text together. So this is the time when teacher write together a text with the students. So the rule of thumb for joint construction is teacher and students write together. So it's a joint activity, hence the name joint construction. The last bit would be independent construction. It functions to showcase the students to independent learning on their own texts. So after scaffolding by teachers, a lot of work group too, I think students could be ready for students independent learning using independent construction. So each of them can write on their own. That would be the main goal. And along with the stages and function, teachers can actually build various potential activities. So there are different activities could be arranged, could be planned, could be created, as long as they fulfill the function for each stages. So those are basically the genre pedagogy that has been designed this far. Now, I think it's time for us to questions. Because it's from a faraway place from Australia. So we've been thinking, how has genre pedagogy or SFL-GBA has been practiced in Indonesian EFL classrooms? To date, I think this has been the second decade, so 2 decades that SFL-GBA has been part of EFL Indonesian teaching here, basically. But then there are also issues about multilingualism. And I think we also need to understand what kind of multilingual issues that we could identify in typical Indonesian EFL classrooms. Then we could start by thinking of how can the SFL-GBA be developed to address such multilingual challenges? How could those teaching learning cycle or those stages can be adapted to address this challenge? Now we'll have a visit to some Indonesian EFL classrooms, and it's part of my research as well to look at how GBA has been practiced in our classrooms. So we will be a little bit of exploring Indonesian EFL classrooms, and I think if we talk about EFL curriculum needs, most of you have been fluent. I think your lecturers will be doing a lot of things with curriculum, and then you have to do some readings in your class. And I think some part of it is that you need to learn different genres. You need to be able to learn those so that when you come to class, you are able to teach different genres or text types for your students. And another thing is that genre-based approach is often the suggested or recommended teaching stages when you want to teach those genres or in EFL classroom. So what could we find here is that there are 2 typical cases in application in SFL-GBA here. So case 1 is that there are some classes and teachers who teach text types for writing skills. So when it comes to teaching writing, they teach different genres, different text types. However, they don't necessarily implement SFL-GBA teaching learning cycle. So they teach different text type, the descriptive report, for example, argumentative report, or recount, but it's only teaching the genre, not including the SFL-GBA stages. In another case, they're teaching text type, but at the same time implementing SFL-GBA teaching learning cycle. And even in the second case, there are also interesting activities found that that is worth to visit and reconsider. So this is the typical genre-based approach model that have been applied in Indonesia. So I think we adopted it from Murray and Zamit in 1994 model. I think the first model that I have displayed. We usually teachers start with building knowledge of the field, in which they familiarize students with the structure and translation and reading various kinds of texts. In this stage, there are a lot of activities such as listening, speaking, viewing, as well as grammar and vocabulary exercise. The second one is the modeling, in which it's the deconstruct parts of the reading text, like genre, language features, and traditional grammar. And it's more teacher-oriented, and still there's a lot of grammar and labeling exercise. In joint construction, so this is another interesting finding because there are 3 ways joint construction have been done. Sometimes teachers skip joint construction. Sometimes teacher and student write the new text together as suggested by the pedagogy, or sometimes students in group writing a new text. Joint construction is actually an interesting stage, and it is actually need a lot of good and sound interaction and effective interaction between teacher and student because so just a little bit of technical issue, I guess. They have to be equipped with effective communication skills because teacher not only scaffold but guide students to write a text together with the whole class. The last stage is usually where students write a new text independently, creating a lot of draft, conferencing, and consulting before publishing it. So it's a bit of slight differences, especially with influence of other methods than when it comes to class. So in background knowledge of the field, you could see, even though the aim is to build the field or the knowledge or the context, there are a lot of vocabulary and grammar exercises involved in this background knowledge of the field. typically in the origin, in the place where it is taught, background knowledge of the field is to familiarize students with the context. So there should be a lot of discussion about field and topic. The activities that teachers have been doing is to make students understand the topic through understanding the vocabulary as well as the grammar exercise from the reading text, watching short videos, and integrate them with other language skills. So this is like a typical part of background knowledge of the field in Indonesian GBA. So I think you're familiar with these formulas, how to write simple past tense, and how to, familiar yourself with present and past verbs. In modeling, usually teachers use a PPT or write on the board, making explicit the generic structure of a particular genre. So there's goal, materials, and you can guess this is a procedure. And then significant lexicogrammatical features, or the important part of the grammar which build procedure text. So simple present, for example, real process, some influence from the functional grammar. And joint construction, in which it's, this is the group work from still in modeling stage. So after giving the model, so what's the generic structure, what's the significant lexicogrammatical feature, they get into exercise. So they have to fill out the verb, arrange the sentences so as to familiarize them with the grammatical construction of the procedure text. And surely we could see there's some sort of modified version of the write-it-right model, the previous one. There is a combination of traditional functional grammar to teach procedure genre and use a lot of group work exercise. It's been included in joint construction. So that's what's interesting about the genre-based approach in Indonesia. From the origin, from the source of the pedagogy, it has been recontextualized in a way that makes sense for us as EFL teacher in classrooms. So whenever they get into the joint construction or independent text, students are able to write this far. Because they are built to work on recount plan. So before they are planning to write the recount, for example, they are given a recount plan in which it is organized into orientation, the event, and reorientation. So students drafting by following the use of this recount plan. And you can see some examples that are snapped from students' text. They are made aware of the semantic structure or the generic structure and how they could put their rights into order, like arranging those things, and identify the kind of language features which should appear in recount text. Okay. Now we get into how actually GBA has been practiced into the heart of the issue, multilingual classroom talk. The origin of Sydney School Pedagogy, or SFL GBA, came from a place where monolingualism is practiced. So they are using it in English as an additional language, but essentially within that classroom, it tends to be monolingual. The teacher speaks English, the students speak English in classroom, even though they are heritage speakers of other language at home. But that's actually different from our classroom, because I think essentially we are multilingual classroom. When we are teaching English can be placed as a third language because we have first and second language. I know this somehow makes sense. As a multilingual speaker myself, this makes sense, and I think not just for me, but for you all audience. So at least there are several scenarios when we can find multilingualism in our class. Sometimes teachers can use just, L1 only. So we could see, for example, in this excerpt, the teacher wants to talk about beaker glass in a procedure text, for example. She said something like everything is in Indonesian. So ada juga yang bilang beaker karena gelasnya itu ada, asking question, there's ukurannya, paruhnya. So it's an English class, but they're using Indonesian, L1 only. Sometimes the teacher's using L1 and L2. So especially if teacher gives instruction. So she can begin with English. I think most of us teachers want to use English as much as possible to give a model. So giving some sort of exposure for students. You can start with move from your seat, come on, gather here. But then once you know your students don't really listen, you could switch your language. Lebih depan lagi siswa-siswa sini. So sometimes sometimes you get this intuition that when you instruct in Indonesian or in language that are familiar with the student, they will listen more and understand, especially if it's an instruction, better than if it is said in English. The other occurrence is that sometimes you mix those language. Sometimes you want to say something like temporal conjunction, but you use it in Indonesian first. Like yang temporal conjunction itu kan yang kayak first, and then a student proposed, then, yeah, kayak gitu. So this is not something that this is something that we have, L1 and L2. Another interesting thing, L2 only, or when you use only English also occurs. So teacher talk in English, I will try to remind you about, and students response, procedure. Yeah, procedure text. The teacher proceeds and go on, what kind of text is it? It's procedure, and the teacher has no response because that's not the answer. And what is the function of procedure text? Then one student tells to tell, so it's go on. So sometimes L2 only can also occur in some episode. What's interesting is that given our complex multilingual language, L1, L2, and L3 can occur. So this text is taken from a class in Bandung. In Bandung, people speak Sundanese, as you all are aware. So teacher asked, what's the English of pincet or tweezers, basically? So one says, is that princess? No response. And one student is that what we call cocolok or skewer in Sundanese, and followed by laughters. And then another one says, sosok, ada juga panyapit bu. So it's using Indonesian and in English. Before the teacher eventually give up and says, this is tweezers. And I think in the context of EFL in Surabaya, there are a lot of episodes like this that occur. And now we are thinking, why do we have to do with this? What would we help students to, speak more in English, right? Use them effectively so that, the competence in speaking will be as good as the other area of competence. So another thing is that multilingual classroom talk is a quite big issue that I cannot discuss in just one presentation, but I will just give you some sort of a snippet of my research, as I did research in bilingual classroom talk, how it could be more effective and how could it be integrated with genre pedagogy. I think we need to face some sort of reality in our EFL class, especially if there are more than 2 languages involved. It is indeed I think we cannot, avoid the fact that even though monolingualism or English-only class is often encouraged, but it is rarely practiced, specifically in the beginning years of learning. I guess teachers have really good intent. When they speak fully in English, they are afraid that some students are left behind. And that's true. Some students cannot follow instruction when the teachers only speak language that they are currently learning. So whenever they learn language, they're actually using that language. If they don't use that language, how they are not able to, learn that language in a way. So another fact is that multilingualism is inevitable. But what we could think about is that L1 or L2 or how many languages that students and you as teachers know, those are available resources to learn English, or in this text is the third language. So we should not be afraid, or we should not be, oriented toward monolingualism, but because we want to teach students to speak a language that is foreign, that is not familiar, we want to make our languages available resources to learn. And those certainly can be done. I'm introducing you to what I call as a kind of language use. It's a kind because it's not a clear cut, it's not binary, it's not just I can be one time monolingual and the other time multilingual. It's a client because there is something in between here. But at least in one bit, we could be monolingual or using one language as a multilingual speaker, and that I would term that as an enveloping. And at the other end of the client, I would call it as multilingual, in which it can be termed as enfolding. So throughout this enveloping and folding principle, we could think about how we could use language whenever we build classroom talk in our classroom. And this idea is also influenced or adapted by reading to learn model, in which when we are actually interacting with students, we actually don't just directly ask questions, but prepare them to what the question is about so that we could ensure their success. By integrating this fundamental language teaching and learning principle, we want to use this guidance through interaction in the shared context of experience using the reading to learn model and enveloping and unfolding principle. We are using L1 and L2. I'm just going to give you example in two languages as a systematic code switching. So in multilingual classroom talk, especially when we're applying enfolding and enveloping principle, we are going to use patterns of discourse emerging from our, regular multilingual talk. And then there is just an L1 and L2 interplay from there to a bilingual program. And then here, what I mean by the enfolding and enveloping principle is that we're going to make meaning making realized in two or more languages. So typically it involves what it says as translating, I put in quote, or bringing equivalence from L1 to L2. And also it will also include what it's called as code switching, mixing, or mashing, or translanguaging. I put in quotes because those are another field, and I think it takes another presentation to discuss the differences and how I position this principle. And basically, you use two or more languages in the spoken discourse, in the context that you are talking. So in the multilingual classroom talk, we have the notion, and I will just use code switching in a rather loose term. So I'm not going to type myself into a particular in a particular term or tradition, but I'm just going to use code switching as a loose term. Basically, I would use it as a scaffolding tool to familiarize students with the field and reserving the meaning making of the field. You could compare that by the use of translanguaging or bilingual education by Wei, Garcia, and Lin. But basically, enfolding and enveloping principle potentially provides a systematic base for classroom talk planning, addressing when and where L1 and L2 can be used in teaching and learning. So let's have a look at how this can be used and actually has been done. And in enfolding and enveloping principle, there are actually 4 principles. You use L1 before introducing any L2, because in L2 class, they are learning L2. So their knowledge about L2 is less than their knowledge in L1. So start with L1 before introducing with L2. Then you could also wrap it up in a way that you initiate and closing in different language. So you could start the question with L1. When students answer, then you could respond it in different language. You could also use instruction by using code switching. Then you can also express this in L1 followed by L2 equivalence. So let's just give you some example of this. So when initiate and close, so this is basically what teachers can do. You could initiate move or talk in L1 and closing in L2. So in one exchange, the same teacher role, but you have different move in different languages. For example, in which a teacher discussed about names of the species. So teacher asks within one text that they are currently discussing, she starts with Indonesian, like talk about, now let's get to the part of the other name. So in Indonesia sekarang bagian nama-nama lainnya. Ada nama lain yang biasa dikenal oleh orang-orang Inggris. And then pointing one student S, apa? And the student answers, Javan Hawk Eagle. When you close it in English. Good, that's very good. The Japan Hawk Eagle. You could close it by giving some sort of praise. Believe it or not, when you use praise, you don't need to translate it. The students already know that they are being praised. And even though it's a new word, like not just good, for example, it's like brilliant, magnificent, they instantly know that they are being praised and that their answer is correct. So this is one way to initiate in L1, and then you close the turn taking in English. Second way is that you could actually use both languages within one turn. So still in the teacher role, you make move in different languages in one exchange. For example, you could mix it, you could code switch it. You can say something like, ini kalimatnya sudah mulai, and then you mention the sentence, the female is like the non-breeding male. And then could go on. Kalimat selanjutnya akan menerangkan mengenai the male because you are actually writing together. And then apa deskripsi yang dimiliki a female, yaitu large chestnut ear coverts. And the student responds, so we want to say something like, the female has large chestnut ear coverts. Say, good, very good. So a lot of building, a lot of scaffolding in here by using the mix up of the language, of the code switching. The other way you could do it is to do it between turns. So teacher role, making moves in one language at a time in every turn. So it's, in a sense, it's giving you some sort of translation of what you are saying. For example, between turns, teacher start by the exchange, still in the same sentence, giving that the translation masih dalam kalimat yang sama. The reason the teacher used English and then follow up by the Indonesian so that it ensures that the students are hooked and understand what they are talking about and know the equivalent expression in both languages. Now, I want you to find two words on the body part of the body yang paling mendominasi. So it's like tail, mostly tail. Good one, that's very good. They are actually looking at reading text and they are looking at some sort of grammatical parts and wordings, looking for information in terms of wording for this one about tail. About
5 minutes more. You still have 5 minutes left.
Yep, I'll be wrapping up soon. Thank you. Now, I think, I'm wrapping up soon here. So all of those way of unfolding and enveloping principle, we could actually integrate that with SFL GBA to address multilingual classroom talk about guidance through bilingual interactions in the context of shared experience. So when you talk about text in the class through modeling or building knowledge of the field, you could start with initiating and closing in different languages within one turn or between turns. I could not go further as time-wise, but you could also check my other work in which it's actually showing how those bilingual interactions are integrated with genre-based pedagogy. I think one of them is an open access, the other one is not, but I can provide you with a preprint if you are interested in. So we're actually in the final part of my talk. So in the beginning, we talk about how we could actually integrate genre-based pedagogy in a bilingual context. Interactions are an important part of teaching, and L1 and L2 certainly can be strategically systematized, and thus teachers' bilingual classroom talk can be regulated. In a way, we should be more aware about when and where we actually use a particular language. You could actually think about using enfolding and enveloping principle in which L1 is prioritized before introducing to L2. If you're sure that the L2 has been said or mentioned, you could keep using it because it's basically building students from taking the resources from the L1 into the L2 that they should learn. The other thing is that I think this is something that we could do further and push further together, how we could integrate the unfolding and enveloping principle to teaching learning stages of SFL GBA. In a way, I'm actually asking you all what can be done to maximize our students' multilingual potential to learn language. And I think that's actually finish off my presentation, and I'm I'm welcome for any question and answer and discuss further with you. So thank you, and I will give it back to Bapak Muharram as the moderator.
Thank you very much. Give applause, please. That's really fantastic presentation. That's great. So what happened is about genre. This is actually start from Sydney University and then go through all over the world. That's great. And then Buhani is the right person that's talking about what is genre. Pedagogic actually is talking about what. The second one is how. So this is a very important point. Related with the development of the technology, I think there are how to teach, how the teaching learning process in genre here. We may say about the first is about building knowledge, to build. So this is, I think, very important for us. And this is talking about the creativity of the teacher itself with the development that we have, like using YouTube, using another sources around the source. So you must compete with the person who has the idea. No need to go to school because there are some sources. So here you must prove that teacher is still very important. Why? Because there is modeling. Model, yeah? Giving some exercise, and after that, there is the activities of joint construction here. Oh, that's a very great. Okay, so this is the same thing with what Jeremy Harmon said, that there are 3 keys in teaching. The first is presentation. This is the same thing, that how can the person speak English without having the knowledge? So we need to present. The second one is about practice. We sometimes have some, some sources to do that one, and then some, way of how to do that one. And the last one is product. Product here is very popular in us now. We have a kind of project. So this will depend on the teacher itself, how to become more creative and innovate something important. Okay, so we try to open for the question. Remember that there will be 2 questions which will be given the prize, is it, Bu Rahma? Yes? Yes, okay. So there will be that one. So we will choose which one is the good one. Well, I think the questions, all questions might be good, so probably the committee will choose 2 to get the present, because the present will be limited edition. So who will ask question first? This is very important for you, isn't it? Yes, give it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Before I talk about my question, thank you for the time that you give me. My question is, you know yourself that majority of Indonesia find it difficult to speak English. And in my opinion, that's because Indonesia is too dismissive and lazy to learn. How do you ensure that Indonesia doesn't underestimate English according to you as a teacher who teaches English?
To clarify, lazy and what the first?
Lazy and dismissive. Dismissive.
Dismissive.
Yes.
Dismissive and lazy.
Yes.
Well, I think we are not here.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Buhani?
Sure. Yeah, shall I answer, or shall I wait for another audience to ask, or just shoot?
Okay.
I just answer now?
Okay, you directly answer.
Right, okay. I don't pick up the name of the student who asked question or the audience who asked question. So, sir, thank you for your question. But labeling students as lazy and dismissive, I think we need research to do so. I'm not equipped to, to attribute particular behavior of students. And what I could think about, I think I could reflect on my experience. English sometimes is considered a scary subject. So it is possible that those that we label as, in quote, lazy and dismissive, they're basically afraid that they may not be able to, be competent in English. So I think it's important to make our teaching accessible for all students, because eventually we need to be able to make students not just able to speak English, but to be literate, not just in English, but in Indonesian, in another language. And the competence in language reflects their competence in their intelligence as well. Like Halliday said, the foundation of learning itself is language. If you could learn language well, you learn about language, you learn to language. How do we make them, more welcome is by way of making our teaching accessible, make it more creative, make it more fun so that it could invite students to learn. I could understand, I guess, sometimes some subject could be scary. I was not a fan of math or science subject, but actually grow interest in science and math at the moment. If you are a student in English education, you may not be a fan, or you may not be keen to learning linguistics or some other subjects. But there are some teachers actually, or lecturers, who could change that idea, that maybe learning linguistics seems heavy and a lot of terms, but that somehow one lecturer could change it. It's something that make you more interested in learning it. So I think if we don't want our students to be, scared, to be fearful, or being lazy or dismissive when they're learning, make it interesting. And I think there are a lot of ways to make even a simple piece of text like Komodo Dragon will be more interesting for students. And with the use of GBA, you can actually ask students to write anything. I have one student that is part of my research project back then in Bandung, in which the students were asked to write endangered bird species. Even the most struggling learners who were not really keen in learning, they're actually keen to write a piece of writing about report on endangered bird species. I think I put that report in my paper, and they mentioned in the interview that they actually enjoy the teaching, learning, and then they could make sense why English is important. So I would challenge you. I think you're a future English, or you are actually now a teacher. Make your teaching more fun and accessible for the students, because everyone deserves to learn and to be literate in English. I think that would be my answer.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. So fun. Get the fun. So your input should be related with the context. Don't be too hard, but you must give hard input. Don't be too difficult. Don't be too easy. This is the way it is. Create the need. Ciptakan kebutuhan. Thank you very much, Bu Harnim. Another question, please. Yeah, okay, please. You may have the... Oh, you wanna? Yeah. You wanna? That's it. That one. Okay, please. This is the MC want to ask.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask some questions. Based on my experience, when I teach my students in class, I rarely to use English because sometimes my students cannot understand easily what I mean. But sometimes I change to English Indonesia. But what do you think if we as a teacher exchange to the first language to the second language? And probably I've already had the experience also, like I use English full in my class during activities in class. But my students cannot understand easily. But if I change to the first language to the second language, my students still waiting for the translation. For example, like the English, good morning, and for the students cannot understand what it means. And the students still waiting the translation of good morning. Selamat pagi. Nah, after that students already answer, good morning. Selamat pagi is good morning. And what do you think about that? Is for the teacher, if you have to use the first language and change to the second language, or we have to use full second language in class during the activities? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now I could see your face because beforehand, I think it's just me on my big screen. So I think it's rather intimidating to see my own face in such a big screen. Thank you for your question. I think this is part of the discussion as well. One thing in a multilingual class that I could understand is that we don't want our students to be dependent upon us providing the whole translation, yeah? But there are also other things that we need to understand. When we're dealing with class in a bilingual class, students will think that everything that happens in class is part of their learning. So when you speak English, they will think it's part of the learning. And when you provide the translation, it's actually part of making a habit that's a part of the learning. Whenever there's new word, we will be able to listen to it, and then the teacher will provide the translation. So it's a good then something that we need to consider. There's some sense of strength in that. One thing is that you are aware that your students need to be scaffolded, need to be supported, and that is by using Indonesian or any language, regular language is okay. And it's actually a good thing because you don't want your students to be left behind. So that's a good thing. You are aware. But the second thing you need to think about is that how you could actually maximize or make your use of L1 or L2 strategic so that you could help them to develop more. For example, in my enfolding and enveloping principle, you don't do that. For example, if you want to model greetings to students, you make it more explicit. So sometimes the idea of making bilingual interaction is just to show them, but not making explicit that you have to use that. So if, for example, taking your case, if you want to model students to respond to your good morning, make it explicit. So if they say good morning, so that means selamat pagi, but you need, tapi respon ya, you say good morning back. So let's practice. I say good morning, then your turn, good morning, good. Then that would be an example for them. That would be part of the learning. So what I would suggest is that you make explicit what you want them to do. If you want them to respond by another good morning or asking, how are you, miss? Then model it how to answer that too. How are you? I'm asking you, how are you? And then you have to answer, I'm doing well, I'm feeling great. And then what about you? So those are turn taking should be made explicit. If you want them to respond, tell them you need to respond back using Indonesian, for example. Kalau Miss bilang good morning, dibalas lagi ya, good morning Miss. Nah, coba latihan, then you could have some sort of role play. The next day, then you can try that they would be able to understand. I said, good morning, how would you say? Good morning, back, that's good. And that's another thing. Put the praise, put a positive evaluation, that's good. So they know they're doing the right thing. So I think that's just one way to do it. I think I wrote another paper on how to use the enfolding and enveloping principle in a way that later on students can pick it up and use more English in class. Could share that if you like. So that would be my answer.
Okay, that's great. So evaluate the progress, okay? If the student, this is related to the context, but use the standard, good morning. If the student say, for example, the context is Chinese, say, good morning, you must try to evaluate, good morning, something like that one, but let it be. That's very great. Thank you, Bu Hani. Another question, please. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Yuma. I'm from Al Hikmah, Surabaya. Bu Hani, thank you so much for your presentation. I get a lot of insight from your topic about genre pedagogy. I want to share my classroom. In building knowledge of the fields, I try to teach my college students with multimodal of the text. And I integrate with cross-cultural understanding when I teach kind of the text, like pair of genre, report and explanation, and then pair of genre, commentary and review. Not only this, I also try to blend it culture the topical of the text. For example, if narrative text, Cinderella and also bawang merah and bawang putih, to bridging the local culture and target culture due to we use English as a expanding circle country, not inner circle country. And then I try to give them instruction, use code switching, L1 and L2. But then in the final class, sometimes I found some my students still difficult to meaning making in the language features, and also face the pair of the genre. Is it a report or is it a description? Is it commentary or review? Do you have suggestion for my class? Thank you.
Okay, we only have 10 minutes left. So, Bu Hani, we continue with another question.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, which one? Please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yani. I'm an English teacher in junior high school in Jombang. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the presentations. This is talk about the GPA. And I have applied this strategy in my teaching and learning process, especially in writing. That we assume that the GPA is has the beneficials in what is it? What is it? Helping the students to produce the written work. Yeah. So my question is how to apply the PKOF itself in the Merdeka curriculum in the lesson plan. I mean, maybe you can share the way how to apply it from the foreigner, inside and in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the way how to apply. Another question? Is all? Is there any question from the Zoom? If not, and then Bu Hani will directly answer. Yeah? Is there any question from the Zoom? No? Okay, please. Bu Hani?
All right, okay. Yeah. Okay, I think there are two questions, and let me address it one by one. The first one is about multimodal digital composition. Yeah. And I think it's about a mismatch about why not my students produce the same genre that I aim to, we all aim to master. So I think that's what I could think about from that. So if you think about those stages in teaching learning cycle, they actually make some sort of connection from building knowledge of the field, modeling, joint construction until independent construction. If you find problem in which your students did not write as the expected genre to write, then have a look at the your lesson plan on modeling. And I think, but first, think about what your students have achieved. How did they get wrong? And in which part they get it wrong? For example, is it the generic structure? Is it the stages of the genre that didn't make it right? For example, we asked them to write Komodo dragon along with the picture. But what they do instead is, giving some sort of review of Komodo dragon that they found in Labuan Bajo. So it's like two completely different genre. Have a look at your modeling and see how is it actually thought. How explicit that you need to be. Usually, the incorrect genre will the student's written text. The result usually give you some sort of information. If they're not accurate in terms of their generic structure, so then in modeling, then you could make it more explicit. If it's in terms of the grammatical construction, you could actually make it more explicit in the modeling as well. But sometimes, I think in all classes, modeling is done right, but it's between the modeling and independent construction that has been some sort of gap. So in joint construction, it's actually a way of bridging those modeling and independent construction. Have you tried actually doing joint construction in which you join together with the whole members of your class and you will be the writer of the text? So in joint construction, you will lead to write together about the same topic and the genre that you have been discussed. Then in that moment, in that joint construction, that actually is a way to maintain this is the kind of generic structure that is expected in this particular text. So if you're done modeling, then try to do joint construction together with the whole class, not just in work group, so that you can eventually make explicit what the demand of the genre that is being taught. So I think that would be my 2 cents. But maybe I will just raise you a little bit on the issue of multimodal digital composition. If the the idea of teaching learning cycle in genre pedagogy is to understand what is to expect for students to write. If they are asked to write a fully written report with no multimodal attachment or appendices, so that you just focus on the modeling and the joint construction would be the model text that the students expect to write. If they are part of multimodal elements, then in the modeling as well as in joint construction, you need to involve that. I think what I've mostly found in classroom is that in building knowledge of the field, there is a tendency of not building the knowledge. So you are using everything, but then you don't really gain the topic or the context of the text that are being written. And multimodal text is sort of different kind of text from written text. I think you need to be clear if you want to use multimodality in building knowledge of the field, if the outcome that you are expect is written text. Can it build the field or the context of the text that the student were asked to write or not? So if not, then we could reconsider how to do the activities with this multimodal text. It's a good text, but multimodal text is a different kind of genre.
Time is up.
Same topic, but sometimes it could be different. So that would be my answer for the first question. For the second bit, how to do building knowledge of the field for the Merdeka curriculum, I think that would take another presentation to discuss.
Yeah.
Because
time is over.
Because it's a lot to discuss. But feel free to look at you can visit my Google Scholar and see some publication in which that I wrote with my students that develop genre pedagogy along with the Merdeka curriculum. So maybe that would answer for now, time-wise.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's really great. Give applause for Ms. Han. I just remember that in Indonesia is, very respectable country. Like what we saw last night about Australia and Indonesia, is the same 0-0. This is related with English language teaching. There is one method which is from Indonesia. This is called, what is called? Community language teaching. So what happened is because something like to answer that some people lazy and shy, and then there's another one behind, and then keep translate into Indonesia here. Okay, so now the time for giving the prize or certificate first? The prize. Okay, so I give the prize. So you may choose which one is the best.
Okay,
there
ladies
are two,
and
right?
gentlemen.
Huh?
Before
there are
certificate
four.
awarding to
Get some
the
prize.
speaker,
Okay, four.
we
Four
would like
prize.
to invite to all who have asked questions to come forward to receive the gift. And we'd also like to invite Ms. Rahmawati, MPD, as the head of the English Language Education Department, UINSA, to present the gift.
Okay, so we have some prizes. There is a television. There is also car inside for the prize for the quiz. Okay, you just come forward. Come here. Give the key of the car. know what? You invite to come here.
Please, for one who have asked the question, to come forward.
So see inside, there's the key, yeah, the key of the car. Is it from sponsor? Okay. This is, yeah, another prize. For Kurikulum Merdeka, we have makan gratis as well. We have, the drink, okay. And also here, where is the house? The key of the house or what? Inside. Just take, see carefully if there is the key inside, okay. And the last one, I think this is Bu Guru from, where? From Jombang or where? Yeah, okay, please. Thank you. So please, now we have the time to give the prize to Bu Harni. Yeah, Bu Harni Kartikaningsih PhD. Please bring the prize. Where is the prize? Certificate. Oh, give applause for certificate, okay? Remember, Bu Harni, this is not only the certificate, but there is story behind, remember? So this is certificate of appreciation, yeah? Award to Bu Harni Kartikaningsih PhD, keynote speaker. Oh, well, that's great. Thank you very much, yeah? Okay, so we can continue for the following one. And no prize for moderator, right? Okay. Thank you very much for your time to spend together with us. So this meeting is very important. So as moderator, sorry if I make some mistake because, actually how to translate what is the hard to become soft here. Hard because this is more about theory and come to the practice. Thank you. And then I say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye everybody. Bye-bye then.
Thank you very much everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the plenary session of today's conference. The following agenda will be an offline parallel session which will be held in this amphitheater. Untuk para hadirin tamu undangan, boleh dipersilahkan untuk mengambil konsumsi di bagian luar amphitheater, dan untuk para hadirin semester 7 English Language Education Department untuk mengisi kehadiran serta mengambil merchandise. Terima kasih.
Kepada para hadirin semester 7 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UINSA, setelah ini akan ada sesi paralel yang diadakan secara offline di ruang amphitheater. Untuk itu, para hadirin semester 7 PBI UINSA dimohon untuk bisa kembali ke ruang amphitheater setelah istirahat. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi, kepada hadirin semester 7 PBI UINSA dimohon untuk bisa kembali ke ruang amphitheater setelah istirahat untuk menyaksikan sesi paralel yang akan dilaksanakan secara offline.